Hello, everyone, and welcome in for another interesting video. I hope you're ready for the long haul. This is a bit of a long one. This is going through all my matches for the December MTGO Async event. Um, there's a few of them, so buckle in. Uh, maybe maybe up the speed a bit. Get through them. Uh, I played Blue-Black Tempo for the event. It was really fun. It's the deck I'm building in paper, so I'm really excited to get to play it in a more competitive setting again. Something I haven't done in a while. Feels good to get back to it. Um, but first, I want to talk to you about a fun event upcoming, January 11th, 10 a.m. Pacific time. We have the Canland X Invitational. And you might ask, what is Canland X? And I'll get to that shortly. But the Canland X Invitational is a double elimination Canadian Highlander tournament, invite only, sponsored by a Discord member, Kelvin. It's gonna feature all of LJT MTG, so Liam, Jer, Trent, I am Jer, and Nelson of Loading Ready Run fame and general homie. You can find your favorite point of view from any of the links on the screen. I believe Liam will be on the LJMTG Twitch channel. Trenton will be streaming from our YouTube channel. I'll be streaming from my own Twitch channel, Jared White, and Nelly will be streaming from his Twitch channel, Coach Nelly. So I recommend giving all a follow and then, hopping around, settling in for your favorite viewing experience, potentially having multiple open, support all of us taking part in the event. It's bound to be very fun. And as promised, I'll now take you through Canland X. So Canland X is a site developed by Kelvin of the Discord, and what he wanted to do was create a place where kind of like a one-stop Canadian Highlander shop, and I think he's done a really good job of it. So this is a kind of like, I don't know if you're familiar with MTGO Goldfish, but like they have that front page for formats, and it shows you the meta share of the deck, how many lists there are, the general colors that it utilizes. And so this page is really cool because it gives you kind of a snapshot of the meta. I believe this goes back slightly into 2024 maybe, but basically from the beginning of 2025. So currently it's about a year snapshot. And what's interesting is no deck is really above 5%. There's Jeskai, which is ever so slightly above 5. I guess if you combine some Jeskais, they're maybe a bit higher. This is Jeskai Black or Esper Red or whatever the heck you want to call it. But probably share 80 of the same cards. And so this snapshot shows you that and this data is taken from the winners archive, I believe. So this is just the winners metagame, not all the decks that have been played. Something to keep in mind. So most of these decks are probably at least somewhat competitive. And you get some really good information even just from this first page. If we were to click on any random deck, I don't know, Dimir Tempo, I'm not biased. There's a really nice write-up written by community members who play the deck. So I think this is a really nice touch. You get example deck lists, so immediately you can get a really nice look at what a deck would look like. You can get a look at different point spreads, and they're sorted by how often they're played. And then you can look at the most played cards by card type, and it shows you how much each of them have been played. So, like for example, in this deck, the vast majority play the good Kaido, and then it kind of falls off significantly from there. Turns out Psychic Frog was probably a pretty good 1-point card. I'll hold my hands up. I was wrong. This card is busted. Great 1-pointer. Yeah, so it's a really good resource, to find a deck you might want to play, look through the decks that have been successful, and then get a really good intro to the deck and find out which list you want to start from. It's also a really good resource for finding paper events. It has a really exhaustive list of the paper events that are run um, all around the world. So this is really good if you're moving or you're getting into the format and you want to find out, hey, is there anywhere near me that I can go play some Paper Highlander? This is a good way to do that. It also has a link to the points list, but it's a really good, useful resource for Canadian Highlander players looking to learn more about the meta, which everyone should. It's always a good thing to be aware of if you're looking to be more competitive. And then, of course, ways to play. So we're excited to showcase this new site at the Invitational next Sunday, January 11th, 10 a.m. Pacific. Hope to see you in, if not my stream, then one of the other streams. I'll have them all open to add to the viewer count, but of course won't be watching them while I'm playing against them. But yeah, I hope you enjoy this video, which is running through my December MTGO Async run with Blue-Black Tempo. We'll get into the deck tech now, and then the matches. Thanks, and I hope you enjoy the video. Hey everyone, welcome for my Blue-Black Tempo deck tech. This is the deck I'm going to run through the MTGO December Async. I've played this deck a bunch before. It's the deck I'm building in paper, so it's probably the deck I've had the most reps on recently since coming back into the format. And this is my build of it. The primary goal of the deck is to play cheap, efficient threats and removal and counter spells, largely being able to play at instant speed if possible, but a lot of the best cards printed don't necessarily allow for that, so we're playing the best cards that fit in with the plan, trying to interact with our opponent, slow them down, disrupt their game plan, and sneak the 20 points in. Yeah, the points in this deck are 2 Moxen, both big delve spells, Treasure Cruise and Dig Through Time, Reanimate, and Psychic Frog. I think Reanimate is the weakest and most cuttable of the points. If I was going to cut one, it would be that one. The 2 cards that I think are pretty reasonable to put in place of it are either Mana Drain or True Name Nemesis. It's largely pretty meta dependent. I've been pretty close to replacing Reanimate with Mana Drain, given our current meta that's like fairly blue and combo dominant. Reanimate just loses some value when there's not a ton of creature decks around. I'm predominantly only reanimating my own things. And one of the strengths of this card is, especially in conjunction with stuff like Inquisition and Thoughtseize and the counter spells, is that you can deal with your opponent's threat and then use it against them by reanimating it. And that situation doesn't come up too much when your opponent's deck is pretty threat light, or they're a combo deck playing basically no creatures. So yeah, that's something that's on my radar, and potential cut if the meta doesn't change up too much. Although, if you're watching this on January 5th, the meta may change, so may need to reevaluate that. But I'm still on Reanimate for now, but it's very close to becoming Mana Drain. None of these cards are particularly new. Wan Shi Tong is the most recent addition to the creature suite. This card is amazing. The creatures here that I would say are sort of tech pieces or replaceable are Tishana's Tidebinder, though I've been pretty impressed with this card. This card is like pretty close to just not leaving my deck. This is a deck where you can really take advantage of snagging a fetch land because you want to play a low resource game. Yeah, so I think this card is pretty good. I've been relatively unimpressed with Sinkhole Surveyor in this deck. This deck just has such a density and access to 2-mana flash threats that are like kind of comparable. The only time I've been impressed with this card is like turn 2 on the play, and it's like the 2-drop I want to deploy. It's like pretty good in that instance, but most other instances I'm not super excited to see it, so I think it's pretty cuttable. I'm eyeing up Katara Waterbending Master to test out, so that's a switch I'll likely make after this event. The other cards that are like interchangeable, Hull Breacher I think is worse than Tashana's Tidebinder, and much more cuttable. I like just having like an annoying flash threat that can get your opponent, so it's in my deck, but it's certainly cuttable. Dark Confidant is another one that I think is cuttable. I wasn't playing it for quite a while, but shout out to Discord member Parrot Robar. They were playing a larger suite of Dark Confidant effects, like including Caustic Bronco as well. And I tried Dark Confidant and it's been very good. So it's new to my list, but I don't see it leaving anytime soon. Lots of other people aren't on Duelist of the Mind, but I'm really high on this card. I don't foresee cutting it anytime soon. Consistently does really good work. I think looting in this deck is really, really valuable, being able to get rid of excess lands or get the lands you need to operate. This deck is really good at committing crimes, so you get lots of triggers, and there can be some turns where you're hitting for 4 or 5 with this, just sort of incidentally. And the fact that it has Vigilance is pretty nice. Pretty typical suite of cantrips, interaction, good cards. Most of our threats cost 3 or less, so Unearth does a pretty good reanimate impression, although obviously not able to hit the opponent's graveyard. Same with the instance, pretty typical suite of cheap interaction. I like both of these MDFCs. This is a deck where you really don't want to get flooded. Like, I find if you get flooded, you're very likely to lose the game almost no matter the matchup. So I try to keep the land count very low, and playing both of these can really help you keep more hands and just like sort of play lands that are functional. Otherwise, like, we obviously wouldn't play the front side of these if that was all they did, but the fact that they double as a potentially untapped land I think makes them worthwhile. Some cards here that I play that not everyone else plays. Stifle, I think, is just a good tempo card, although when I play Stifle, I tend to just swap it in and out, especially if I'm playing in the same metagame, because you end up getting a lot of value if your opponent thinks you have it in your deck and you don't, or if you have it in your deck and your opponent doesn't think you have it. So Stifle is a card that gets better the less your opponents think about it. But there are just lots of good triggered and activated abilities to hit in most decks. So that's a thing. Stern Scolding I really like. This is a deck that really doesn't want to be playing from behind, and this is a good way to stop your opponent getting ahead and often trade up on mana. Other than that, I don't think there's anything too crazy. I'm playing Sauron's Ransom. Not everyone plays this one. I think it's very good. Instant speed, and you get +2 cards. So it's card advantage. Gets a bunch of things in the bin. Can potentially make something unblockable by making it a ring bearer. So just a lot of sort of inherent utility and card advantage, which is what this deck wants. Oh, this is another new card. Fire Nation Occupation, I've been really impressed with so far. This deck is amazing at playing cards on the opponent's turn. And these 2/2 soldiers add up. And the firebending is more relevant than I suspected it to be. It enables you to do stuff like play Snuff Out for 1 black without paying 4 life. Can help with Delve for Dig Through Time. Just a bunch of stuff that like is kind of nice to have. Although I think it is incorrect to like try to make use of the mana in this deck if it doesn't like work out. Don't feel like you have to use the firebending mana at all. Back to Basics is one of the best cards in the deck pretty consistently. This deck is really good at operating off basics. We play 12. And yeah, that's the deck. And I hope you enjoy the games. Hello everyone, welcome back for another MTGO Async run. I'm playing Blue-Black Tempo this time around. Yeah, we have 4 group matches, and then hopefully we make the top cut, whatever that is, and go from there. But we'll see what happens, and I hope we get some good matches in. First matchup here against Bant Time Vault, but kind of a different take on it. They've opted for Balance and Mystical Tutor, and they have access to stuff like Terminus. Balance, obviously. Diminishing Returns is a pretty interesting card. Upheaval, Wargate. So kind of going bigger on mana than a lot of other decks potentially. So looks pretty reliant on Tolarian Academy. They also have Paradox Engine, and they're utilizing Repurposing Bay and the creature version Oswald Fiddlebender as well. So kind of a cool build. All right. Hopefully we have some good games. And we start out losing the die roll. And we've got a mulligan. That's too bad. This hand, short of having no lands, this hand is amazing against them. Like early pressure with Tamiyo, their deck has very little removal. This is highly likely to flip. Daze, good early interaction, and Hull Breacher is really, really good against them. They have some draw 7s in their deck. But we cannot keep that one. This hand is pretty keepable. Bowmaster is very good. If they remove it, well, they're not killing my creatures really, so so we're gonna keep this one for sure. I'm deciding between putting back Unearth and Bitter Triumph, and I actually think Unearth might be more dead in this matchup than Bitter Triumph. Look, I think because their removal is primarily white, they're not really destroying my creatures. So really the only way my Unearth is good is if I bin one of my creatures myself. And they do have some creatures, as I mentioned, they're on like the pod creature. They have some planeswalkers, they have Urza, stuff like that. So I think I am going to keep the removal spell. And although it's not like the most live, I think it's probably going to suit us better than so Probe is pretty good for them because they know about the back to basics now. And I think I'm just going to Lorien Revealed for an island and pass. They do have 7 basics in their deck, so they are definitely able to function through a back to basics, but ooh. Forest Flooded Grove is a little awkward. Yeah, just good island. We already have the back to basics in hand, so and I think I'll just pass here. I'll probably just cast Bowmasters on their turn to get some pressure in play. Talisman, that's fine. And if we draw exactly Swamp, I'm just going to slam this back to basics. Misstep. That could still be useful. Alright, we're going to Serum Visions. Drew Thoughtseize, that's pretty ideal. I don't think we need this Ledger Shredder, but we'll definitely take Second Island. Okay. So they have 2 counter spells, Upheaval, Portable Hole, and Fabricate. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just gonna take the Fabricate and put them further off of assembling their combo. They have a pretty interactive hand, but not a very clear path to sort of doing anything that meaningful. If they go to Portable Hole my Bowmasters, I'm going to try to misstep it, see if they want to counter. Memory Lapse is pretty good against misstep here, but gotta get it out of their hand somehow. And if they choose to use the Lose Focus instead, then we have Snapcaster Thoughtseize on our turn. And our life total is like about as irrelevant as possible in this matchup, so I'm very happy paying life for anything and everything, basically. Yeah, I'm gonna need to make colored mana with this to access. It's interesting to see if they go for Lapse or Focus. I think if it were me, I would Lapse it, but definitely merit to both. Just because they don't have another 1-drop in their hand, so me redrawing the misstep might not be relevant, but they do have quite a few interesting. Going for the army and not the Bowmasters. Okay. So they have Upheaval, Lapse, and a random card. I think I am just gonna go... This is an interesting choice, because I could just slam back to basics here, take them off a land, me off a land, and that's probably better for me than it is for them, especially with Consult the Star Charts in hand. But I think I just want to go Snapcaster for Thoughtseize on our turn right now, and just sort of further make things difficult for them. Plus we increase our clock a bit. Yeah, let's get this map the heck out of here. Definitely don't want them getting access to the mana that map provides. Could go get Tolarian Academy and then they have a land that's tapping for 2. We do have the back to basics, but even still. Just want to keep things low resource. Make it difficult. Another Talisman. Alright, now's the time when back to basics I'm sliding over to the side of my hand and just basically hoping we draw a Force of Will basically to try to get it some use, because I don't know how helpful it's going to be at this point in the game. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna pass here and try to consult on their turn. Ether Spellbomb is fine. They don't really want to bounce either of my creatures, so yeah, they're just cycling it. Makes sense. That does increase our clock and get a point of damage in, so that's good. Get our Orc army back. Ooh, Drew Academy. Okay. So now they have access to a whack of mana. 1, 2, 6. So they can upheaval next turn, which is almost certainly what they'll try to do. Let's try to consult. If they counter it, such is life. Going for the lapse. Okay, no response. Next turn, we're drawing consult. So I can consult and try to find a 1 mana spell in 3 cards, but that seems pretty grim prospects. I think the better line here is to actually play our Back to Basics, because that keeps their Flooded Grove tapped, and then they need an untapped mana source to be able to cast the upheaval. Oh wait, no, I miscounted. Never mind. This is bad. We should have just consulted. I didn't count Portable Hole in the artifact count. Classic blunder. Alright, well, we have lethal, so they pretty much have to upheaval here. And it's not a great upheaval for them, honestly. Like, keeping them off on mana might even be not the worst. Okay. So they drew pretty well, because now they're going to get to redevelop these talismans. But and a cool play we have is we can discard one of our creatures and then to hand size, and then reanimate it on the following turn to cheat on mana a little bit. I see. That one is quite appealing. So they just have 1 unknown in hand and then some stuff. So we need to discard 2 cards. So I think I'm going to discard Psychic Frog and Consult, I guess. I just want to keep the Bitter Triumph just in case they have a thing, basically. Okay, so let's do some math. They're going to get to... I guess they have the Portable Hole. So maybe I Bowmasters first. And I think I'm just going to Bowmasters on my turn to not let them untap. That Swamp was a great draw. We're not going to play it yet because they don't know we have it, but it'll be very good if this game drags out to the point where we need to get this Back to Basics back in play. Hash Brown valiantly defending the neighborhood. But basically they needed to draw something pretty pretty good, I think. They have Deserted Temple here. And then... Ooh, interesting. They didn't play the Deserted Temple. That's surprising. Because they could have played Portable Hole off of this Talisman. Just Portable Hole pass. Okay. Dig Through Time is pretty good one. So we're definitely going to attack. We're going to try to reanimate this here frog dingus. Hopefully they didn't draw a counterspell. Looks like maybe they did. Commit into its library, second from top. Sure. They have a draw 7 if they want it. And they know we have Snapcaster Mage. I'm trying to decide if there's merit to doing anything now. And I don't think so. I think... Because, like, this represents lethal. So... they sort of need to stop us from doing this or winning the game. And if they try to win the game, I would much rather have access to Dig Through Time here. Although I guess they committed, so I don't have access to Dig Through Time. That's unfortunate. I was thinking Reanimate, if it got countered, would go into the graveyard, but of course, not the case in this case. With commit, kind of annoying. Memory is just time twister, right? Yeah. I wonder if that's what they're doing. So they've played their land. So here I'm considering just playing the Snapcaster as a lethal threat and forcing them to have a 2-mana way to deal with my creature. They've played their land. And they have so much mana in play. I think... because, like, we're losing access to our back to basics, most likely. We could redraw it, but most likely we won't have it or Harbinger, so they're going to have a whack load of mana if we give them an untap. And I think they don't have a lot of ways to deal with Ambush Viper for 2 mana. I mean, maybe they just had a counterspell, but yeah, that didn't seem to be the case. We'll just target the misstep, even though it's going to get shuffled in. Okay, they did have swords. Unfortunate. But what are you going to do? I think that was the right play still. Okay. We can work with this for sure. We have Tidebind. We have a couple flash threats. 3 flash threats. If they try to draw a card, we can kill them by Brazen Borrowing the Portable Hole. If they try to Time Vault, we have Tidebinder, and we have Force of Will to back it all up, so... yeah, I think we're in a good position. But never know what's going to happen off a draw 7. Darker Waste, so that's a colorless land. And they're pretty low on colors here. Like, they can't cast a green spell, which is kind of nice. Talisman, sure. Not gonna fight over this one. Signet, sure. So this now represents 9 mana, so they have 11. So mana is definitely not going to be their bottleneck. But I just think it's going to be really hard for them to win from this point, because they need to deal with our creature, potentially deal with another creature that we would play. They need to be able to, if they try to Time Vault, they need to beat Tidebinder. This one's tough. There's a world where we Tidebinder this, I guess. It shuts off artifacts, right? If an ability of artifact, creature, or planeswalkers counted away, loses all abilities. Sure. Yeah, I think our plan's going to be to Tidebinder the Paradox trigger, because they're really short on mana now. Unless this is a draw spell. I wonder if we stifle this one, and then they just have 1 mana. And if they don't have a 1 mana spell, they're toast. No, because then if they do have a 1 mana spell, they're like kind of cooking. Yeah, I think I'm gonna let this resolve. Don't think that's the thing I want to fight over. Like, if I had less good things in my hand, I might have tried to fight over that because it was kind of a way to cheese the win. But I still think it's really likely they're going to need to cast a card that says draw a card. Tap 2 untapped artifacts, untap an artifact. So with Paradox Engine and Clock, I guess that wins with Time Vault. Yeah, I guess I'll go for the Tidebinder on the Paradox Engine here. They can make slightly more mana. Yeah, punished. I should have waited, because I think we're still going to win this game, because this force is pretty backbreaking. They need basically a free counter spell to win. Alright. It was good enough. There, that last turn was tricky because we had so many likely routes to victory. It's just deciding what to play around, and I don't have enough experience in the matchup to know the sort of most optimal route. It felt like shutting off the Paradox Engine was important, but maybe because they were at 1 and we had that Bowmasters under the portable hole, that just relying on the bounce from Petty Theft was probably just going to win us the game with force backup. I don't know. Let me know in the comments what you would have done that turn. I think there's merit for a lot of different lines there. This hand is great. I mean, I guess it's a little wheel spinny. And Drown in the Loch maybe not like at its finest in this matchup, but it's still probably pretty likely to counter most things we care about. Nice. That's a nice one to have. Okay, balance is a good one to know about. Yeah, I guess we'll Serum Visions first because we kind of just want more things. I think we'll bottom this Brazen Borer and keep the river. But Frog is kind of funny into balance because I can discard my hand to grow my Frog and make sure they're hellbent if I want to, or like as hellbent as I want them to be. Okay, developing the Talisman, that makes sense. But thankfully they tapped out of Lose Focus and we're just gonna get to slam our Frog. And then yeah, we'll see what they do this turn. They just have Plow for Frog. Unfortunate. At least that puts a card in their bin. No land drop though, that's good. They do have Lose Focus available. Yeah, I'm just gonna Preordain. I'm gonna put this on the bottom, but I'll take the Malcolm. Kind of just want to get a threat in play, and Lazov plays kind of poorly with this Drown in the Loch that I think we're gonna want. So I'm gonna try to kind of fire off this Drown in the Loch as soon as possible. Oswald Fiddlebender. Let's use sack for a 3. Yeah, I'm just gonna lapse it. Then hopefully we... Excellent. Alright. I think we're going to be likely able to get a threat in play this turn. On the wild chance they do nothing, I'm just going to kick a consult. Counterspell it now, and now our Drown in the Loch counters 2s, which is much more better. And the fact that they're missing lands means they're going to have a high hand count, and we just want to get Underground Sea here, I think. Maybe it's Swamp. No, I'm just gonna get Sea. We have to get a blue source, otherwise we can't cast Malcolm with the River of Tears. And I just want to get that one in play. Alright, Oswald's gone, so they have Balance, Lose Focus, Dimrit, and 2 unknowns. Ledger Shredder, that one can go. So can Lazov, I guess. No response. Do I want more of these threats or Watery Grave? I think Lazov is the worst of them. Like, I can just play Ledger Shredder here if I want to. which I think I will. And then I'll plan to discard this Watery Grave to Malcolm at some point. Or Ledger Shredder. But if they go for balance, I'm going to drown in the Locket. Unable to scream on the Ledger Shredder. Yeah, that's fine. Voltaic Servant, also acceptable. We can sort of kill that whenever we want to. Tough choice here if we want to consult without kicking. I don't think so. Like, I don't think their hand is very good. So, reanimate. Alright, potentially good with this Malcolm at some point. Lorien revealed. I don't foresee myself getting to do anything with this. So I think I'm just going to discard it. I think having the Watery Grave around is more useful in case we need it. I'm still not going to play it yet, but we'll see what happens. It's possible keeping the Lorien was better in case I need to, like, drown in the lock plus consult for a force. But that seems pretty niche considering they're pretty choked on mana. They're kind of at the point where balance isn't even very good for them. Yeah, so like we're even on cards. I sack 2 lands and sack my Ledger Shredder. Like, honestly kind of okay with it. Like, it's another reason we kept the Watery Grave around. Wait. Chooses a number of lands they control and then sacrifices the rest. So I want to keep this one and this one. And I think I am going to risk one of their 2 unknown cards being... I guess I should have cast this when I still had 4 lands in play, but would have been better. If their 2 unknown cards are land Time Vault, I lose here, but I think that's pretty unlikely considering how they've been playing. It means they would have had to have had Time Vault or a land in their hand last turn, and I think that is just unlikely to be a thing. I will Watery Grave. Let's bash in with Malcolm and see what comes. Yeah, I guess I'll keep the Fell the Profane over Swamp. Although maybe I should have discarded Duelist of the Mind there, actually. And I'm just going to pass here with Spell Snare and Drown in the Lockup. Then next turn, if we want to, we can reanimate like Ledger Shredder or something and Fomori Vault. Discard a card, look at the top X or X number of artifacts, 1 into your hand. Well, okay. Looking for more Revolt for 2 currently. The One Ring. Alright, thankfully our drown counters this. Counter target spell. This one. Yes, you may not have the One Ring with Voltaic Servant in play. Yeah, now unfortunately they do have access to a draw 7, which last one worked out for us, but this one may not. How does this work? Draw a card, 4 more chorus counters, you may cast a discarded card. Okay, that's useful. Duress, let's start there. Okay. How are we losing? Feel like we just take the draw 7 here. And they have lose focus and upheaval. I'd really like to draw a land. So we get a thing for free. Do I care about this Voltaic Servant? No. I guess I'll just put this Duelist of the Mind into play. And I am just gonna opt now. Nice. Oops, we're still in combat. There we go. Because I kind of want to Fell to Profane this thing next turn, I think. But Scrabbling Claws. Okay. So they're going to be able to stop us casting something next turn. Exiling Ledger Shredder. Okay. Inventor's Fair, so they're now 1 mana off Upheaval. But Upheaval isn't even particularly good right now. We do have to keep in mind that they have lose focus. Ooh. Interesting. They can't replicate it. So we should attack. I think we'll just discard this Reanimate probably. Ooh, wait. No, we can just discard the Back to Basics. That's the line. Second main phase. Let's cruise 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, all right. They've had enough. All right, 2-0 in our first match. Hopefully the next 3 go along a similar lines. We'll see you in the rest. All right. Welcome back for match 2 of the December MTGO Async. We're playing Blue-Black Tempo. We won round 1 against Time Vault. If you didn't check out that match, make sure to check it out. Yeah, this match is against White, Black, Death and Taxes. Probably going to be a little bit harder, but I think we have pretty reasonable tools in this matchup as well. So, yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I think it's a pretty even matchup, would be my guess. We're both sort of decks that are looking to snacks the combo decks. And so, yeah, it'll be interesting to see who wins the battle of the fair decks that are looking to beat up on combo. All right. See if we can win a die roll. Holy Toledo. We want a die roll and have Force of Will, Psychic Frog. So, yeah, we're not in the business of mulliganing these hands. We just have to hope. Zoe's playing a bunch of the 2-power 1-drops, which are kind of annoying with draws like these. Have to hope she doesn't have a crazy start. Okay. Chrome Mox. May. Yeah, I think that one can resolve. Let's get our sewers. Not a Bob matchup, that's for sure. Yeah, we'll just play out our Froggy. Hopefully they don't have double removal spell. That would be unfortunate. Do have to think what we're going to pitch to Force of Will if we have to force something here. Thalia, Heretic, Cathar. I think I do want to force this. And because they tapped out, I think I'm happy pitching the sink into stupor, because then we have the lose focus for our next turn. Serum Visions isn't exactly ideal. I think we want to attack here. I see. Instant creature land 3/4. Yeah, I mean, what are we doing if not? All right. If we get to untap here, I feel like we've basically just won. Like, these are exactly the cards the Taxes decks don't want to play against. The fact that they're cycling this immediately is very good for me. Cloud is absolutely fine. They can go get a pre-war. Okay. Well, that's very least focusable. Nice. Daze is actually pretty good here too. Yeah, I think we just cram with the dinguses. There's no sorcery in the bin, so we can discard Serum Visions to grow our Goyf. we're in a fairly good position. Yeah, I think they missed that I could discard with Psychic Frog to grow my Goyf potentially. We'll just go for a lose focus on this one. And yeah, got game one with a pretty busted start, honestly, but that's what this deck is capable of in the fair matchups as well. Like, that was top 2 percentile draw for sure. But even just the frog is a really useful tool in the matchup. I think we have to mulligan this one. Although Force of Will was really good last game, it's not actually amazing in this matchup. If one of these cards was a land, I might keep, but yeah, we cannot keep that one. We also cannot keep this one. Well, if it worked once, surely it'll work again, right? Once again, we're just hoping they have a slow-ish start. Yeah, like that's exactly what we want to see. Nice tap land go. Yeah, I am just going to play Dark Slick. They're not on board, so I think the odds of us getting wastelanded are very low. I like a lot of these cards. I think I'm going to leave Snuff out on top and draw the Mox and play the Mox. No, do not shuffle. Huh. This is an odd. Draw from them. I think I'm just gonna play the Barrogoyf. Like, we don't really gain a lot from passing, and I want to force them to use their cards if they have them, and there's a chance they don't, so yeah, that's fine. I think I'm going to hold the Snuff out for now. Though they do have some protection spells in their deck, so it is conceivable that I should have just killed their thing and grew the Goyfler, but interesting. Alright, well. Try to kill your thing. Well, yes, I will mill 3 cards, thank you. And then we'll play this dummy. Another flash creature? Mind Sensor. Yeah. It just shows that a bunch of these hate bears just aren't especially effective into just like raw good cards. Pre-war. No, it's not bad. I can still get in with this Barrowgoyf. Dark Confidant is another pretty good one here. Like, I think they kind of have to trade. Yeah. We'll play this duelist out as well. Alright. Need to hope this is good enough. We have a couple engines in play at least. It's possible I should have waited, because if I kept the duelist in hand between my Dark Confidant card and my card from turn, I could have attacked in with Frog through this Aven Mind Sensor. Equipped Mind Sensor, yeah, that makes sense. The fact that it has Vigilance is pretty annoying. So we basically need to find a removal spell here. Otherwise we're in a spot of bother. Wasteland, not the worst. Nethergoyf, also not the worst. Yeah, I mean, we'll sacrifice this. Yeah, I mean, I will discard this Nethergoyf because we can get it back. And I think we're in not the worst holding pattern right now, but also not the best. Because now we sort of need 2 removal spells. Yeah, you cannot have this. Absolutely not. She gets in for 4. And we functionally need 2 removal spells because we have to kill them, give her runes before we can kill the Aven Mind Sensor. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. This is starting to get a little awkward. Do I want to play this Fire Nation occupation? I think so. Maybe the plan is just go wide around this now. I don't know. But we're taking 4 to 7, unless we're chump blocking with this duelist, which I don't really like doing. I think we can go to 7 and then perhaps look into chump blocking / attacking, but alright. I really hope she has Elspeth here. Three, 4, 5. Thank God. Spell Pierce, you're my hero. Yield to all. Yes. Get out of here, Force of Negation. We just want to stock our graveyard for Nethergoyf and Psychic Frog considerations. Alright, good one. That's not a good one. That's potentially a good one. What? Oh, during an opponent's turn. I see. I'm definitely going to take Brazen Borrower. Wonder if there's any merit to doing it now. I think there is, because if I draw a removal spell, this is like the stone best. I lose out on a 2/2, but potentially lets me attack as well. Protection from black. Okay. Discard this one. Yeah, and I think I'll attack with these idiots. Oh, dang, I should have played this, because then I could have got my Brazen Borrower into play. Sneaky. Excuse me. Yeah, it wants to keep my Bob around. Makes some sense. And at this point, I think I'm going to hold the Misty to try to... Because we can attack with Frog next turn, because the Giver will be summoning sick. Go to 3, which is not a good place to be. Oh wait, no, we can block. We'll block. Yeah, blocking is good here. Next turn. A land. A Snapcaster Mage. Surely that's good. It's not. Awkward. We have basically nothing in our graveyard. That's tragic. I think we jump the Frog and attack. Wasteland. Force of Negation. Spell Pierce. They can't really block. I don't think. Five mana. Solitude. Well, I guess we'll counter that. Don't yield to all. Counter Solitude. Now they can trade if they want to, but I don't think that's good for them. Okay. Potentially good eventually, but yeah, we're definitely taking 4 this turn. Inquisition is not a terrible one from them. The fact that our removal spell this game was Snuff Out and that we couldn't Snapcaster it was pretty awkward. Yeah, I think we got a fetcher, you know. Oh, right. There's a Mind Sensor in play. Nice. Good choice, me. Alright. Unlucky. Been a while since I've just fetched into an onboard Mind Sensor. All good. We're back on the play. We won the die roll. We would like to play first. Okay. We have one lander with Preordain and Spell Snare and a force, but not the good force. And two 2-drops, including Frog. I think Frog turn 2 on the play is very likely to happen, and because of that, I'm gonna keep. Like, just think the upside on this hand is high enough that it is worthwhile keeping. Like, our force can stop a Mox draw. It can stop a removal spell for Frog. Spell Snare also very good. Duelist is actually pretty solid in this matchup too. And Cruise with Frog is pretty likely to be alive. So they're going down a lot of cards, but up some mana. Underground Sea. Preordain. We just want lands. Stifle. Get out of here. Odawara. Get in my hand. That'll do. Cantonist. Okay. That's not too terrifying. I think we're gonna play this Odawara. And then play these Frog. I think we'll probably be pretty happy from this spot. Giver. Yeah, you got it. That's your one spell. Attack, 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 attack. And then, yeah, let's play this Duelist out. We can't cast multiple spells on their turn anyways. Sun Gold Sentinel into the bin makes sense. Yeah, I don't think we need this Spell Pierce. Do they have an artifact spell to play? Nope. Just fetching immediately. Maybe playing around Stifle, I guess. Cantrips are not really what I want to be drawing right now. Yeah, I'll discard this Lorien Revealed. They want to keep it around. That's okay. One, two, three, four, five, six. If I fetch, I get 1 mana Treasure Cruise, which I think is worthwhile. Did miss out on some damage as a result of this, but I think I'm okay with it. Nice. Tidebinder's really good against Giver of Runes here. Looks like she's getting flooded. Yeah, Remand under this Canonist seems pretty strong. Oh, yes, I will draw. Discard. No response. We attack. I'm happy to go to damage. They're gonna try to do that. I'm gonna cast the Tidebinder. We know their only card is Stoneforge Mystic. Duelist of the Mind's been really impressive so far. We're just in a pretty dominant position from this point on. Yeah, I'm just gonna let this Stoneforge resolve. And if they try to get something and put it into play immediately, I have the Force of Negation. Yeah. This Mana Leak can go. No response. We consider. We'll definitely take this long goodbye. Yeah, I'm happy enough trading. Oops, I should have attacked with the Duelist. Draw our card. Yeah, I'll play the Sewers, I guess. Misstep goes in the bin. It's definitely possible we lose from this spot, but not incredibly likely, I don't think. Adeline, yeah, that's fine. Do I want to bounce Adeline or just kill her? Let's just kill her, I guess. Can't imagine there's many better targets. I definitely should have done this before she got to attack, but... yeah, I guess I'll bounce the token as well and then get a free kill on the... Wait. committed a crime. Why don't I get the loot? What? Is petty theft not a crime? Do I misunderstand how crimes work? Hull Breacher. We can't play all 3 creatures, and even if we play this land, so I'm just gonna pass. And we got there. Nice. 2-0 in the async so far. Off to a really good start. Nice that we beat one of the fair decks. That could end up being one of the tougher matchups in the pool. All right. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the game, and we got 2 more to go. So let's keep it going. Thanks for watching. All right. Welcome back for match 3 of the December MTGO Async. We are 2-0. We have bested Time Vault and White-Black Death and Taxes the first. We're going up against White-Black Death and Taxes the second currently. So hopefully it goes similarly to the first match, you know? All right. Away we go. We won a die roll. Hallelujah. And we have Tamiyo, Misstep, Bounce Spell. Say less. Yeah. Our opponent wishes us good luck. Little do they know, it's too late. We've already had it. We won a die roll, and we had Tamiyo. The luck has already been had. And boy, is it good. So we're hoping to see no mocks. That's what we're hoping. Well, yeah. Maybe I spoke too soon. Try to plow it. Try to plow it. Hi-ya. Live, Tamiyo, live! Nice. Just need to fade Snuff Out now. I don't actually know if they're on Snuff Out. Open deck list so we can look. They are on Snuff Out. Alright, so we're getting at least one Tamiyo thwack in here. The rest of our hand is actually pretty clunky. Having the old double delve spells is not exactly ideal, but I think the rest of our hand was too good to mulligan because of that. Like, if we were on a 6 and I saw this hand, I would put back one of the delve spells and be incredibly happy. So yeah, I would not mulligan this 7 and just have a free delve spell basically. Thalia is fine. I think we're gonna bounce that one. Give her the old petty theft. Consider. Well, that flips the Tamiyo, so I believe that is what we're in the business of doing. Seems pretty good to me. And I guess we'll consider first, because that uses less mana. 4th land, but it's a dual, so we'll come in tapped under Thalia. So I think I'm going to put that away. That's kind of unfortunate, but what are you going to do? I like to stop drawing lands. Sleight of hand's kind of useful. Yeah, I mean we're definitely plussing her up. We're hoping they just replay Thalia. That's the hope. Or something similar-ish. If they don't replay Thalia, that's even better, because then my Catacombs doesn't get goozled. But Vindicate Tamiyo. Alright. Such is life. Another fetch land. I'm going to kick it off with the Sleight of Hand. I want to find a removal spell. Is Psychic Frog too good? The answer is usually yes. Man, I really want both of these cards. This doesn't even kill Thalia or counter it right now, so yeah, I think we have sort of been priced into taking this here, Froggy. These are both just black, so they're functionally the same. And I think we'll just plan to get the Surveil here. Hopefully they don't have their 3rd removal spell. They don't have a ton in their deck, so... But the cadence of this game is definitely good for us. Like, us not being on the back foot, big fan. And we're gonna get these Delve spells online pretty soon. Dryad Militant. I'm gonna fetch Surveil in response to this in case we find an instant or sorcery we want to put in our bin. I'm fine with giving them the information that... Days. Yeah, this can go to the bin. Yeah, like, this gives us a bigger Murktide. I'm not sure this Archon is going to be good for them. Yeah, we have more than enough cards to pitch here. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. I love getting free cards. This Froggy's so good. Even found a basic. Heck yeah. Think we want to play this because then it lets us Murktide plus Borrower on their turn. So we want a Murktide, we want to take all the instants and sorceries plus a land, I guess. Now they see the bad news. Yeah, and I think they're gonna struggle to beat us from this point, drawing 1 card a turn, or playing 1 spell a turn, rather. This is where the Archon being symmetrical in this aspect can be pretty detrimental. Because I'm much better at playing one spell on my turn, one spell on their turn. Whereas they're more than likely just playing a spell on their turn and probably doing nothing on my turn. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to cast this Brazen Borer and go maximum pressure. Also have this Odawara, which could be a pretty big blowout potentially. Am I going to play this Swamp? Yes, I think I am, because then I can Odawara plus Crack Clue. And I'm still going to attack with this Frog. Because we can Odawara and discard enough cards to create a problem for them. I also have the option of just killing the Militant and the Dark Confidant and leaving the Archon in play. Well, I think it's good for me. Wow, there's still 10, 11. There's not a lot of difference between 11 and 12, apart from the fact that then they have to block Murktide next turn. I actually think that's worthwhile. Let's discard this one and put them to 7. Not drawing especially hot, but honestly that's fine. I'm gonna crack the clue now. We haven't cast a spell yet, so holy shnikes. Alright, well. We have Odawara up. There's a reasonable chance I'll discard some cards. I guess one card and dig. Thoughtseize, that's mildly annoying, but also they basically can't cast Thoughtseize. If they cast Thoughtseize, they're mostly just dead. And this is one of the awkward things about the Hate Bears decks, where if you load up on the Hate Bears and then you come up against a fair deck where the Hate Bears don't necessarily do enough, you're just in a load of trouble. Yeah. We have basically won here, I think. We will take 2. I have to decide if we're Odawaring or dig through timing, because we cannot do both. I think I'm just gonna Odawara the Archon. I mean, we have not drawn especially well, but doesn't really matter. Yep, locked it up. Drew the Frog, but honestly, Frog wasn't the MVP there. Murktide was. Just such a ridiculously fast clock. That also goes to show that, like, even having the double delve spells wasn't too awkward. Like, was it ideal? No. Was it manageable? Yes. And we could have cast both if we wanted to, like, within a reasonable time frame. They're on a mull to 6, which makes this kind of clunky-ish Force of Will hand more appealing. They also have a bunch of X1s, which makes this Bowmasters pretty appealing. I wish this was Thought Scour so I could help turn on my Drown in the Lock. But overall, I think it's good enough to keep. There are certainly things that could go wrong. Like if we get Wastelanded, it's pretty bad. we're heavily incentivized to keep land off our surveil. We could also play Gloom Lake turn 1. This card's so annoying. Criminally underplayed, I would say. It's one of those cards where it's like really hard to quantify the value of it, but the value is high. Lose focus. I think this just has to go into exile, sadly. We found the land, but I don't want a third 2-mana counterspell. This isn't a matchup where Drown in the Loch is like incredibly reliable to be turned on either, so. But this is a great Orcish Bowmasters matchup, so we'll hopefully be able to get our value there. Okay. Can't cast spells during their turn. That's fine. It's actually possible. I should have forced that. Borderline almost certainly should have forced it, actually. Should have thought about it more. Hopefully we don't get punished. We just need them to have like a fetch land or something here, and then we can drown it. Once we get to that point, I think we're in good shape. But if they get to sort of have this in play for a few turns, that could be bad against the context of our hand. 4 counterspells. Yep. No blocks, please. Nice. All right. Never punished. They're gonna get free reign on this turn, but create X map tokens where one is all right. So they get a map token, sure, and then they're gonna play Kellen presumably. What does this thing do? Attacks, reveal the top card. Creature card is mana value 3 or less. Hand, otherwise graveyard. Okay, that's manageable. We certainly have to murder this Voice of Victory. Nice. This Tamiyo blocks. Drown, destroy you. Thank you for playing a fetch land. And then we have force if they play something I care about. Almost certainly pitching Force of Negation. And then we'll be able to untap, hopefully, with Counterspell and Mental Note up to flip the Tamiyo. And from that point, I think we're in pretty good spot. Unfortunately, I don't think maps allow you to draw. Deep Cavern Bat is not good enough, I don't think, but they seem to think it is. In the face of flipped Tamiyo, not the one I would be keeping. Oh, I guess they get to put it in play now. Alright, that's different. Never mind. I will take 3. I forgot this Kellen was going to draw it. That's kind of a cool combo. You get to make the map and then... Alright. Do I care about this? It kind of stops me from flipping my Tamiyo, which is something I think I kind of need to do. Because then I can uptick my Tamiyo and then drown the Kellen. So I think it's kind of underwhelming, but I am just going to force this Deep Cavern Bat. I don't know if they would have taken Mental Note anyways, but... And my read is they're not doing anything with this mana. Polluted Delta. Alright. We're gonna get in with Bowmasters and this. Tamiyo. No response. A little Mental Note. Drew a Mox Jet. That's actually kind of good because it lets us crack our clue and leave up counterspell, which is pretty appealing. Lazav. We could cast Lazav, but I'm choosing to leave up counterspell instead. I think we're in a fine enough place where we don't need to extend this far. I'd rather just keep up the counterspell in case they have like a big haymaker like Elspeth or something in hand. I don't know if I'm in the business of countering a removal spell. I don't think so. Get Lost, I will counter. Just get Island here. Yeah, and so the play pattern, if all goes well, is they attack, we block, we down tick Tamiyo, get Drown in the Lock, kill their Kellen, play Lazav, and go from there. And then we have a Tamiyo in play, and Orcish Bowmasters in play. They got Cathar Commando, which is moderately annoying, but more deal withable than this Kellen currently. May. That's also okay. Our Lazav deals with that pretty well. So we're gonna down tick, get Drown. Drown the Kellen. Yeah, we take 2 from May. I accept. Then we cast our Lazav, which blocks the May. And then we know their one card in hand is Cathar Commando. Hopefully they don't draw anything crazy. And then we get to sit here behind our Tamiyo, uptick. I will cast this stock up as long as nothing goes too awry, which it looks like it isn't. Excellent. And they can sack this Horizon Canopy, but it is kind of a cost because then they give us another creature from the Orcish Bowmasters, which is pretty nice. I think that was kind of a heads-up play from them to cast this now. I am going to cast this stock up now as well. I don't think we're in a position to be able to not. I guess I'll keep Odawara and Fairy Mastermind. Any order is fine. We'll play this river. We'll uptick this Tamiyo. Excuse me. I think. Can I attack? I attack, create a clue. I don't think so. I think I'm gonna wait a little bit. Just in case they have like another flash creature maybe. Yeah, they elected not to give us a Bowmaster's trigger from the Horizon Canopy. Even though their card in hand didn't get cast and wasn't better than Cathar Commando. Alright, let's get this Fairy Mastermind in play, make it even more punishing for them to Horizon Canopy here. Daze is a stinky card. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go for the ult now. Which means we should still just sit behind this Lazav, I think. Holding the fort. I probably should have attacked with the Fairy Mastermind, but seems kind of unnecessary. I think they're getting pretty flooded here. I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna Odawara and then maybe do some attacks. I definitely don't want us both to draw. I'm very happy with how things are currently. I want them to have as few resources as possible before I draw half my deck. And yeah, I think not a lot can go wrong from this spot. They would need to draw a removal spell for the Tamiyo, of which I don't think they have a ton. They put Ranger Captain in the bin, that makes sense. That doesn't save them. They definitely need to find removal spell for Tamiyo. Maybe they do have a spell. Looks like an X spell, maybe March. Dismember the Bowmasters. I have kind of a sneaky line where I can Odawara my own Bowmasters. Do I want to do that? Kind of, but like this doesn't currently like change anything. They're at a bunch of, yeah, I think this is fine. I think just keeping the Odawara defensively is better. I could have saved it and recast it and shot their commando, but I think keeping the Odawara to protect the Tamiyo is better. Go away, delivery bot 4. You're ruining everything. Fatal Push my Lazov. Okay, I suppose. You definitely need to attack with both creatures. Always yield. Declare blockers. We will block here. Okay. I wish to Odawara this one, please. I don't have my Lazov anymore. It costs 4. I think we could have maybe been more aggressive here with like attacking with Lazov and getting clues and potentially activating our Fairy Mastermind. But I think just trying to get to the ultimate in the safest way possible was pretty dang appealing. Canonist is like mildly annoying, but I have to imagine we're gonna draw something pretty good here. Frog, long goodbye. Kind of looking for Barrogoyf. No Barrogoyf. Okay. So we can kill May, then kill Canonist and still have counter spells up. So let's do that. Kill May. Go to 3. Do I want a Wasteland here? Maybe keeping them off double black is relevant. I don't need the land. It's possible they have double black spells in their deck. And so upkeep, we're gonna long goodbye the Canonist. Then we have Snapcaster, Counterspell, Mana Leak, etc. And they're throwing in the towel. Got there with the Tamiyo. Nice. 3-0. Both white-black Taxes decks down, which I thought might have been the toughest matchup, but we were able to get by. Our last matchup is against a Sultai mid-range deck, which is kind of like a bigger version of our deck. So in that one, we're looking to play low resource games. Back to Basics is probably our best card. Yeah, good games so far. We're cruising. 3-0 with Dimir Tempo, and hope you enjoyed that game, and stay tuned for the last one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, and welcome back for round 4 of the December MTGO Async. We're 3-0 so far. We've beaten Time Vault and 2 black-white Taxes decks. This is the last round of the sort of round robin we're playing, and we're against Sultai midrange, which is probably a pretty tough matchup, generally speaking. We're on the play. Back to Basics is one of our best cards, and paired with Dashana's Tidebinder and Opposition Agent, I think I'm going to keep. We have 2 lands because Fel the Profane will act as a land. We have 2 cantrips to try to find our 3rd land. and hopefully it's a swamp, but yeah, I think this is going to be good enough to keep. And we're going to lead on island so we can cast one of our cantrips. I think I'm going to start on Mental Note. Mastermind Vista. We found an Oculus. That's a good one. Ledger Shredder. I think I'm going to play this tapped and pass. I think they're pretty likely to go get a Surveil land here. And then if they play a 2-mana threat, it's pretty likely we're able to just jam this back to basics. Oh, interesting. Underground Sea. And they're casting a Thought Scour. The Black-Green Verge and Malcolm. Interesting that they're still on Malcolm even in their 3-color version. Going for the Wasteland. Okay, that's fine. Puts a little bit of pressure on our opt here, but Watery Grave we will put on top for sure. I think I'm just gonna fire off the Preordain. Stick to our original plan here. I'll bottom this Murktide because we already have the Ledger Shredder, but I'll put this Sleight of Hand on top and then cast it because we don't have anything else we're doing this turn anyways. It gets more cards in the bin. Do we want Island or Island? I choose Island. Now we have the alternative of just jamming Cling the Profane. Fell the Profane. Okay. That's fine. Not a big deal. Puts us 1 card off being able to Oculus, but I don't think we're planning to jam Oculus next turn anyways. Notably, they're off green mana. And because we have 2 flash threats and we're going to be up on mana, that swamp is a big deal. I don't think there's anything that makes me want to play the swamp, but I already have double blue. I'm not double spelling, so I guess I will just play the swamp and pass with Tidebinder and Oppo Agent. If they do nothing, I'll just cast Tidebinder on end step. And even if they fetch, I'll probably try to Tidebinder it rather than Oppo Agent. Yeah, they're probably thinking about Opposition Agent here. I'm just still going to cast the Tidebinder. Try to make them flinch. Interesting, they still let me untap. That's a little surprising. That Spell Snare is really good for us. Because now they're pretty likely to fetch. We get to Opposition Agent. And if they have a 2-mana counter spell, we get to Spell Snare. For 2 mana removal, maybe. Hopefully it's not Fatal Push. Dismember. Okay. It happens. We got some solid pressure on. And if they ever tap out, we're ready to go with this back to basics. I think next turn I might just fire off this back to basics. If they pass, we'll attack and then second main back to basics. They're cruising. Okay. This is good because now they're kind of incentivized to play some cards. Otherwise, they're discarding. So ideal world here, they tap out for a 2-drop or tap low for a 2-drop. Okay, that's fine. We're hoping they don't have a force, but it's at least somewhat likely that they do. Yeah, well, we're always attacking. There's a small world where they block here. Yeah. We'll try it. Immediately resolved. Okay, that's great. Because now their card advantage doesn't mean a lot when they're shut off a lot of their mana. They were really fortunate to get the Swampo, and they have Island as well. Okay. Animate dead my opposition agent. Well, I think I'm just going to spell snare that one. We'll use our Lotus Petal Watery Grave to get that one out of the way. They're still attacking. That's so bold. Okay, that's fine. Then we're going to untap and slam this Oculus. And that should be all she wrote. Guess they could have subtlety, but the fact that our back to basics just resolved immediately kind of suggests to me they just don't really have much of anything. You can go, you can go. Yeah, let's keep preordain. And sleight of hand, I guess. They have more goiths than I do, so. No response. Yeah, we'll take Dothy Voidwalker. How does Manifest work? For its mana cost. Okay, so we need black, so we can't turn this up currently. But they need to remove this like 100% because it's just a lethal threat. Brainstorm, sure. And we got the first match, or first game. Whoops. It's annoying that even if you click best of 3, it defaults back to best of 1, which is pretty frustrating. I won the roll, but I just put them on the play because that's what they would choose. This hand is not good enough. This hand is like, all right, Fair matchup. It's tough to mulligan to 5. They kept 7. Does this hand ever win? I don't think so. Does this hand ever win? I mean, unlikely, but we'll see. I'm for sure putting 2 of these back. Probably Swamp since we have the Mox. And Odawara. They're just going Delta Pass. So we're definitely behind the 8-ball here. Elected not to fetch. They also have a Mox. I don't think we're in a position to fight over Mox then. I am going to jam this Fairy Mastermind, but there's Surveilling. I don't like the yield to all button. I don't know if it like just yields to the things that are on the stack, and if they cast another spell, I'll get priority. I don't know. We get to untap with it. That's nice. Another threat. I'll take it. Our decks are built really similarly. Their card quality is just a little bit higher, but as you saw, I think I have to let this resolve. Like, I could lose focus, replicate it, but I don't think that's a winning move. I think it's somewhat likely they're just going to take the reanimate, but you never know. Yep. Lose focus is kind of a nice one here, though. I mean, I'm just going to jam this Brazen Borderer. They didn't counter my first threat, and now we have 5 points in the air every turn. Backed up by a counter spell. I wonder what's in their hand. Land actually would have been a good draw there, so we could start activating our Fairy Mastermind, but I think I'm not going to play this Nethergoyf to leave up the replicate on lose focus. Like, we have quite a quick clock here. And I don't think they have any Wraths. Maybe they're pretty flooded. I'm just trying to think of what's going on, because double fetching down to 10 is a big deal, because now we have a 2-turn clock. So they gotta have something good. Alright, they have a Murderous Cut for the Borrower, but that's their whole graveyard gone. I think that's pretty okay. I think we're kind of in a good spot now. Yeah, like drawing a land here is great. If they had a removal spell, I might have killed this Fairy Mastermind, because I was 1 land off getting the activation. There's an argument for playing Nethergoyf there, because it kind of significantly speeds up my clock now that I have Brazen Borer in the yard, but I kind of just want to activate this Fairy Mastermind. Like, force them to do something. Because my read is their hand just isn't very good right now. Like, they had so many turns to do stuff. And they started 2 cards up. Drown in the Lock. Yeah, I'm just going to activate in response. That was a good draw. That was another good draw. And if they don't play a threat here, they're in big trouble. Ledger Sorter. Sure. I'm going to play Barrowgoyf. I think. Yeah. Still just a Barrowgoyf angle. Not going to play the Nethergoyf and give them a free trigger. Because yet again, I think their hand's pretty bad. First time I've drawn this card. I have to imagine it's great. Just all the text on it is so good. But they're kind of in a tight spot. Exile, Brazen Borer. Okay. Are they going to activate right away? No. Dismember my guy. Alright. Kind of a weird sequence to do that, but I guess they wanted to make sure they were attacking first. That's fine. Probe is a little awkward because then we give them a trigger for free. But like, are we really just not casting this? No, I think we have to, so guess they probably got a trigger off of us this turn. That's just how the cookie crumbles. Discard a land, so at least it's not getting bigger. No land entered, so still makes blue. I think I'm just gonna stock up and then reevaluate from there. Guess we probably take Duelist and Fell the Profane. Other option is take Preordain and Fell the... I think we're taking Fell the Profane for sure. Because we want to kill whichever one of these we deem more relevant. And Duelist does block the Brazen Borer for now, and it's kind of hard for them to double spell. Like, they need to draw 2 spells. Alright, sold. Yeah, and I'll just get this Duelist in play so that next turn when we Fell the Profane, we can get a nice trigger and hopefully grow our Nethergoyf a bit. Forgot they would get to eat my Barrowgoyf and then use my Barrowgoyf against me. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Just a one-time deal at least. Oh no, they missed their timing window. If they cast 2 spells here, that's fine with me. Murktide Regent. Okay, their graveyard's gone. Well, that card's not very good. Awkwardly enough, we don't have 3 black. So we can't Fell the Profane and Nethergoyf, but I think Fell the Profane has to happen on this Murktide Regent. Discard this Stern Scolding, I think. Play this one. This is just a 3/4 if it comes in. So then they would go up to 9. I would take 9 down to 5. There is something to be said for not giving them more Ledger Shredder triggers, so I think I'm going to hold up Lose Focus / Wan Shi Tong. Maybe they're holding a fetch land. Seems ambitious, but yeah. Had to figure this one was coming. Wonder if Duelist just gets in the way of this Bargoyf. Try to stymie a trigger. Taking Fairy Mastermind, that's fine. Or Wan Shi Tong could block as well. Alright, Duelist would have got a free block on Ledger Shredder. So 7. They gain. Yeah, I think this is fine. If they hit in their top 3. Oh wait. No, this is bad, because now they get to return Murktide Regent. Or does it? No, it just has to be in those cards, right? Creature card from among them, yeah. So we just need to dodge creature, and they got 6. That's annoying. I think I might Lose Focus the 6 to tap them out and to cycle away, I guess, Nethergoyf. My Kingdom for a mana leak. Yeah, we're in a pretty poor position here. Basically need like a Treasure Cruise-esque draw. I was thinking it would be funny if we drew Emperor of Bones. I mean, I'm gonna cast it. Gonna exile their Murktide Regent. We're gonna commit a crime. Lorraine Revealed. Not the worst, but I guess I'll discard the Nethergoyf. You're gonna eat it, but that's fine. I just don't think we're ever really playing it. Do I want to get in for 5? Oh no, I don't get in for 5. I get in for 2. Oh no, I don't get in for anything. Alright. That does nothing. Alright. Okay, we can do this on their turn. Should we so choose? Wan Shi Tong to make a 3/3 and target player's mill 3, you return a card from your hand. Target opponent loses 2 and you gain 2. Sure. You got it. Didn't they mill the? Oh, they had retrace. They're animate deading my Nethergoyf. Okay. I always forget that text on 6, the non-land permanent cards in your graveyard have retrace. That's pretty good. Nethergoyf isn't particularly good for them, though. Exiling stock up, that makes sense. You may declare attackers. I hope they just basically attack with nothing. If they just attack with Ledger Shredder, then I think I just make Wan Shi Tong to draw. Wow, they attacked with nothing. That's surprising. Hexdrinker is good. That is problematic. Alright. We're in quite some trouble. Make 3/3. Draw a card. Not the one we needed. This probably only ever gets us one card we really need. But I think it's better than Lorien Revealed, just because we get way more mana afterwards. Face down pile and face up pile. And then we choose. I don't want Memory Lapse and Bloodstained Mire, so I will choose the face down pile. I will choose Duelist of the Mind to be my ring bearer. And we're going to need to cast this Sinkhole Surveyor and activate our Emperor of Bones. And we're going to get to do that. There's a world we win this by attacking with a bunch of flyers. Wow. Okay. That shuts them down to 3 mana. We don't need this Undercity Sewers. Awkwardly, that means 6 can block it, but we'll see if they figure that out. It's a free attack. They can't block it with Ledger Shredder, because it is the Ring Bearer. Alright, they saw the line. Never lucky. Aren't these all instants? Oh, Witherboom Command is a sorcery. Alright, tough but fair. And then we have to cast our second spell, unfortunately. Whew, dodged a bullet. We're gonna get a 4/4 lifelinker. But that did grow their buddy. But we still have decent blocks. I guess we're just dead to this thing if they go all in on it. Yeah, we didn't consider that one. But so we are just dead if they choose to level up their Hex Drinker a bunch, but there's maybe a world they don't do that. No. So they should know they're in the clear now and just crank it to 8 and win the game. Alright, we have seen enough. Not bad for a Mulda 5, though. Mulda 5 on the draw. We had outside chances of winning that game. This hand is not great. The fact that it has Odor is nice, some flood insurance, it has Undercity Sewers, so we get some selection. Serum Visions, like if the Serum Visions doesn't find us action, we're just like in some amount of trouble. But I do really like the line of cantrip and or tap land into counterspell in these types of matchups. And Force of Will is nice if we find something. I'm gonna keep. I just think mulliganing in these matchups is not generally good. I think I am just gonna go Undercity Sewers. Not in the business of moxing currently. Anything that taps for mana was going in the bin, mox or otherwise. They topped. Brainstorm's a good one. So we're certainly just passing. gonna counterspell this one. We're just gonna get island. Some people say they don't really like this card, but I'm a huge fan of it. I value looting higher than most people, I think. Yeah, that's fine. You can see my hand. Doesn't really tell you a lot. There's 2 cantrips in it, no force of will if I need to use it. Nice. Duress is a good one here. Lets me know what's up. Okay. I think I'm just gonna take Abrupt Decay. Really not much of a fan of this card. Like, mills 3, return a land, and you get to dome me for 2. That's fine. The rest of their hand's pretty good, though. There's no way it's a 0/1. Stop lying to me. Artifact, land, instant, sorcery, creature, 5/6. I'm trying to think if we're brainstorming or serum visioning. Because we can... Yeah, I'm going to brainstorm. I think my hand is not great. Like, Daze is so good here. Alright, you're going away. Like, the Daze they don't know about is really, really good. And I can still just... I'm going to put Odawara and then Bloodstained Mire back. And then just play this Drowned Catacomb and pass. Because I want the 4th land to play Kaido. Because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to get him with Daze here. No, they're going to Tarmogoyf. Yeah, I mean, we have to force this one. Then I think we have to hope that they don't draw land and they jam Trespasser. We'll get a basic swamp. Play Kaido. And we'll just +1. Pump him up, so now he's a 4/5. Put 1 card on top. Okay, hopefully it wasn't land. We just want them to jam this Graveyard Trespasser. We get to pick up our Undercity Sewers with a Daze. Then go to town with Kaido. Sounds amazing to me. Kaido's safe from both Abrupt Decay and Witherbloom command. Interesting. Okay. You're going for Witherbloom command. They return Flooded Strand. They don't know about the Daze, but they're playing around it very well. Not ideal. Milled Emperor of Bones, Preordain, Breeding Pool. We'll Surveil 2, then draw. Pretty good chance we find something. Do we want this remand? I think that's got to be pretty good, right? in combination with our days. And then opt with how much mana we have is probably better than nothing. I'm gonna keep this island in hand. We have lots of looting effects for now, and we have the capacity to play all our spells, so. And I really don't mind picking up this Undercity Sewers. Bowmasters. Yeah. I'm just gonna float one and daze it. They're saying they're a dummy because they so their Snapcaster Mage is gone, so we know their only card is Graveyard Trespasser. Kaido beats Graveyard Trespasser pretty handily. I think I'm just going to remand our days back to our hand. And then we'll cast days on the Bowmasters, and they can resolve their Trespasser, but they're going to be in a tricky spot otherwise. Yep, there's the last one we knew about. Exiling their Tarmogoyf to get the Drain. Guess we'll start with opt. Don't want that one. That one's also bad. Man, Mental Note would have been the nuts. So we've cast a spell. That's a good start. I'm trying to think of if we want to freeze this or if we want to attack. I think we want to attack this turn. And sort of by relation, if we had, oh yeah, we're gonna zero. Dig Through Time is a good one. We don't want this Water Grave. We'll put that one on top. Play you. And then I guess we pass because we want to cast on their turn so they can't flip their guy. One of the biggest draws to the 3-color version is just getting access to more surveils. In the blue mirrors, it just the cadence of a bunch of these games is such that like you can kind of get tap lands with impunity a lot of the time. And can be really nice. They must have put Dismember into the bin, yeah. Makes a pile of sense. Wonder if they're gonna go for another drain. Yep. Goodbye to their Bowmasters. Leaving Emperor of Bones makes sense. They're attacking Kaido. Also makes sense. Second main. They're trying to pass, but we shall not allow it. This Duress can go. This Daze can go. This Force of Will can go. Hopefully they don't have a counter. Nice. We will take Bitter Triumph And I guess it's between Mana Leak and Tidebinder. I think Mana Leak is better. They're on 5 lands, probably 6 actually. So actually I think I want Tidebinder because I think Mana Leak's time is kind of done. Okay, that was a good one. Let's make sure this Bitter Triumph works. Let's pay 3. Wait, what? Why did it flip? Oh, during their own turn. I guess it's the same word regardless. Discard our Thoughtseize. Alright, that worked. That's good. Hopefully we draw something useful. Oculus, that's gotta be the one we want. To the bin with you on top. Undercity Sewers. Dark Confidant, don't need you. End step, we got Mental Note. Kaido's been a house this game. Yeah, they're getting really flooded, it looks like. Mental Note. We got Emperor of Bones Island. Mock Sapphire will play, because that gives us access to 2 spells. We'll 0 this first. Bin, I think. Yeah, that's a fine one. Well, Oculus. Bloodstainmire. Thoughtseize. Single Surveyor. Dark Confidant. Island. Alrighty. The rest will be put into the graveyard. I'd rather reanimate in my graveyard, I guess. Reanimate's more useful there than Swamp. Looks like they just got very flooded. Alright. Wrapped up the 4-0 with blue-black tempo. So we'll be playing in the top 4. I think the top 2 people from each group get to move on, so that's nice. Looking forward to that. We're guaranteed to go through, obviously. And Liam and Trent are in the other group, so it'll be interesting to see who makes it through from that group. There's a lot of combo on the other side of the bracket, and I like my combo matchup just fine. So yeah, hopefully you enjoyed that match, and stay tuned for the top 4. We'll catch you in the next one.
All right, ship me a challenge.
Challenge.
As per usual, I'll win the die roll. Classic LJT MTG.
Holy crap, he wins it when it matters.
No way. All right, I'll deafen. I think we're deafening for this, right? I guess we didn't talk about it, but yeah, I figured.
assume we're
Okay,
not
okay.
open comsing the semifinals of this.
I mean, we
it
could.
is a free async with no prizes. Yeah, we'll take
Yeah,
it
all right.
seriously. Yeah.
I'll deafen then.
All right, good luck, buddy. I'll see.
Good luck.
Well, in between games, we'll
Yeah,
chat.
for sure,
All right.
for sure.
See you then. We choose to play. Yeah, we'll keep this one. I think. So this one is bad into like fast combo win, but we have a Consider to try to find us stuff. We have a Riddler to try to find us stuff. We have a Mox, so our hand gets emptier faster. Dothy Voidwalker's like kind of annoying and a pretty fast clock, so I should keep. I'm gonna play Lazov first, though. I think. Like Lazov is better because then I get to make clues sooner, but Dothy's better because then if he has like a discard spell or something, he maybe can't cast it. And Dothy's a faster clock, so like I think that's the tiebreaker. Like they're both good on turn one here, obviously. But yeah, we need to find some interaction, and then we're cooking. But we do need to find it, otherwise we're gonna die. But I think this offers us enough juice that I'll try squeezing it. Acquire Underground Sea. Play Mox Yit. Dothy Voidwalker. Alright, we're doing it. Next turn, if we don't draw a land, we have to decide if we're gonna consider first or not. These two cards are also a bit of a non-bow, I guess. So we can currently get Serum Visions with this Voidwalker. I think I am going to consider, and then I might Dothy. Alright, I think that has to stay on top. This just gives us so much knowledge. Counterspell is a good one. Okay. So he has Tutor for Tinker, and the Tutor is uncounterable. Dothy Voidwalker isn't doing a lot. Maybe I'm just supposed to cast this Serum Visions. So say play. You may play it this turn without paying its mana cost. So maybe I'm just supposed to take the Marsh Flats. Hit my land drop, you know? What? Where did it go? Oh, there we go. Disappeared behind the old starting town. The combo of putting the exiled card back in his graveyard so we can Lazov it. Genius. 1 second. If we... Ooh, awkward. Yeah, so he can play land and pedal and bobble and machinations for Tinker, sack LED, tinker for the thing, and then we die. So I think I'm going to pass, because I think it's a little crazy to do that in the face of open blue mana. But I don't know. Trent's done crazier things. But if we tap out there, I think it's pretty likely we die. LED is a spooky card. So he's probably going to play starting... I guess he can play it next turn, so he probably plays Arid Mesa. And then I think he's kind of incentivized to just opt. Because he kind of wants to keep this Mishra's Bauble to sack to Tinker. So I think his choices are like play Arid Mesa and opt, or like go all in and counter, like interaction check me. And like obviously that doesn't go well for me, but if he just passes and plays it slow, I think we're in an alright place. Because then we only need one more card in graveyard to be able to cast Dig Through Time or a land. And that probably gets us into a pretty commanding position. So Trent's got to be at least considering going for it here. But he just loses to so many things, is the thing. Arid Mesa fetch. So he didn't get Stifled, because he knows I play Stifle. So that's like number one. Okay, so he's just transmuting, but we're not dying. Interesting. That's fine. I imagine he's just getting Tinker. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. So our plan worked. We get to untap with our 2 blue mana. If we draw a blue source, we're like super chillin'. Alright, not super chillin'. There's no way we can risk Riddlering. Been a little unlucky to not draw land this game, but what are you gonna do? Because our third land we got off Voidwalker, and it was Trent's Marsh Flats. Thoughtseize me is fine, because we have 2 counter spells. And awkwardly for him, it turns on our Dig Through Time. Seeing if he's interested in taking Fatal Push. My guess is no, but you don't know if you never ask. think he's just got to take one of the counter spells. Like, he's probably not beating 2 counter spells, although maybe he thinks he doesn't win if I get to dig through time this turn, because he's obviously not just playing a land and ripping Tinker into the other counter spell, so maybe he has to take dig through time and just plan to beat 2 counters. Hope I get stuck on lands, I guess. I don't know. Because he has Tinker in hand, which isn't a safe place for it against us, because we can discard it. And then if we have something like Lizov in play, we can exile it. Taken forever on this Thoughtseize. Holy cow. Yeah. There's the opt. That's fine. I wonder if he cycles the Mishra's Bauble and scries one to the bottom. That's good. We don't know it's a bad card, but we know the card he saw was not good. So he still has a land drop if he wants it. Doesn't want it. So he has all spells, doesn't want to play his free artifacts. That's a fine one. It's a counter spell we can be a little bit more aggressive with if given the option. We are giving him a lot of draw steps here, which is unfortunate, but we need to draw another land before we can get a threat in play. And warping, like doing something like Warp Riddler is pretty all in. Just not worthwhile at this point. No response. You may have a Mishra's Bauble. Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna plan to cycle this to try to find like a silence or something. Because it looks like he doesn't have a ton going on either. Like almost definitely drew Bloodstained Mire this turn, and he's using it smartly, targeting himself. With the fetch in play. Didn't want to fetch. Alright, we hit Scalding Tarn, which is great. Yeah, I think we need to get a threat in play. We're past the point of being able to just hold up double counterspell doing nothing. Lizov. So his hand was really good, but we were able to sort of navigate the game in such a way that we don't immediately die at least. And then if we get to untap, we have double counterspell, and that's pretty hard for him to beat. But his top card was good, which is a little spooky. Because he elected not to shuffle it away. So there's a reasonable chance he has like a silence or another tutor or something here. But and he topped the Surveil too. Oh, yikes. Alright, so I think there's a pretty good chance we're dead. But if it's like discard spell, I don't really care. My previous comment still stands. But like he knew 4 of the cards, so he shouldn't tank nearly as long on this one as he did on the first one. Like, he's got to take Counterspell or Drown, I would imagine. I can cast either. They're both hard counter at this point. Like, there's no world he takes Quantum Riddler, right? Oh, he can't. It's Inquisition. Alright, I don't know what he's tanking about. Takes Drown. Makes sense. Easier to cast. Allows me to leave up my Mox Jet. But I have enough blue sources, it probably doesn't matter. 3 mana to Fairy. I mean, yeah, we'll remand it. That's an annoying one for sure. Might get to warp this Riddler. Huh. That one is not the worst here. Guess I take the opt, because that's the only instant as well. Dimir Machinations is a sorcery, right? Yeah. Yeah, so this also takes him off Delirium, which can be relevant for a Demonic Consultation. Or I think that's what it's called, the 2 mana Delirium DT. Yeah, I'd rather get this Dark Confidant in play. Because it means if he casts Teferi, I can just let it resolve and then kill it. Which is slightly bold, because if he has Teferi plus removal spell, that plan doesn't work. But I think preserving our counterspell is pretty valuable, because we'd also get to crack Clue. So if he plays Teferi, my plan is to crack Clue in response, see if we have a Spell Pierce or something lurking on top, and if not, let it resolve, and then it doesn't matter if he bounces or upticks, we can kill the Teferi. And he doesn't have an artifact in play to tinker as well, so currently his only play would be to play Lion's Eye and tinker it. Card on top, okay. Teferi. Alright, so we're gonna do what we said. Like, he's not threatening to tinker, so we're gonna let it resolve. Which, like, obviously isn't ideal, but Mental Misstep is not a terrible one. Oh wait, it goes to 5? That's a punt. I thought it went to 4. I should have paid attention. Brutal. Does Warp give it? Warp does not give haste. Yeah. Alright, well, we might have just punted this one away. We'll see what happens. Whoops. Bitter Triumph. Barrowgoyf. Bitter Triumph. Well, on the list of draws, Inquisition of Kozilek was not terrible. Balance A. Awkward. I think we're dead. Because he's going to get LED Dark Petition for Yogg-Will and then... Oh, wait. I can eat something with Lazov here. Can that stop me from dying? I have to take Tinker. So his hand is Dark Petition, Balance, LED. Which is obviously bad for me. I think I should have warped Quantum Riddler first here. All right. Am I dead? I think he's short mana, maybe. Can I take Lotus Petal? Does that help me? I think taking Lotus Petal is better than eating the Tinker. But letting this to Fairy Resolve ended up being a pretty big mistake, given the events that transpired afterwards. Do I play Barrowgoyf? All right, let's try to think of what happens. He goes LED Dark Petition, Storm 2. He only needs to get to 5. Get Yogg-Will 3 floating. LED Dark Petition tendrils me. Yeah, I'm dead. So I guess we warp this Quantum Riddler. Yeah, bricked. Would Unearth have done anything? Yes, Unearth would have done something. Dang it. If we had hit Unearth, we could have unearthed our Dothy Voidwalker, and I think that wins us the game. Because then he can't flashback Dark Petition. But we'll see what happens. I think we made a pretty big mistake thinking this Teferi came in and ticked up 2-4, didn't come in and start on 4 and go up to 5. Pretty big blunder. But let's see if he sees the kill. Because sometimes you can get, like, kind of blinders for a plan, and maybe he's, like, thinking about how he Tinker kills me, and he's not thinking about how he has a Tendrils kill. I have definitely been there and missed those before, so it can happen. Can happen to anyone. Put our Riddler over here. LED, Storm 1. Dark Petition, hold priority, crack LED for black, makes sense. Yeah, you got Yogwill, cast Yogwill, Storm 4, or 3, Bauble. LED. Then you get Dark Petition. Get Tendrils. Toast.
Yo, what a crazy game.
Yeah, I punted. I thought Teferi came in at 3, not 4. I think I win the game if I counterspell the Teferi.
Yeah, I was really surprised that you didn't counterspell this Teferi, but if you think it comes in at 3, that makes a lot of sense. Like, because you just know that you're going to be killing it, so you might as well hold your counterspell for the post Teferi. Yeah, that's really tough. The I thought we both drew really well there, though. Like, I kept drawing like cards that were actually relevant.
My third land drop for like 4 turns, and if I hit my third, I think if I hit land like within 2 turns, I probably win. But
yeah, but I mean, like, you also had Mox into Dothy start, which is like I think one of your best starts in the deck, right? Like against
wasn't that good,
Citadel.
It hit a land, but like I sacked.
Well, I think Dothy in general is just good, right? Because it shuts off like one of the main lines of the deck.
But only if I can keep it in play.
I'm just saying. I think both of our draws were pretty reasonable. Like, there was a turn where if you didn't,
our opening hands were good.
Yeah, and I mean, like, missing your land drop and having to Douthie for it was definitely very lucky from my perspective. Like, when you had to
miss my I guess 4th land if you count the Mox for like 3 or 4 turns, which stopped me from putting a threat in play.
It was only a couple turns. Like, it was like 2, I think. Because I remember when I thought seized you, I took the dig through time because I was like, this hand is so good against me that I think I just have to assume you're not going to hit a land drop. Like, if I take a counter spell, you're just going to dig end step and then you're just going to crush me. Like, I don't know what you would have taken with Thoughtseize there, but I like mulled over it for so long because it was so hard.
Playing in paper, I was calling a judge for slow play.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, part of my video for this is like, you know, come along this learning journey with me. If I was in paper, I would have made the decisions a lot sooner, of course. But you know,
I think I think I would have. I came to the decision that you're supposed to take dig as well, given I had two hard counters.
I'm really stoked that you exiled Lotus Petal because I was looking at the graveyard and I was thinking like, I think Lotus Petal is the best card in this graveyard, and I'm curious if Jer agrees with me. And then you exiled Lotus Petal, and I was like, hell yeah, we're on the same page for sure.
I saw I was dead to Storm anyways, but I was trying to leave Tinker in case you were like blinders on trying to Tinker me.
Yes, yeah, which I think is a great play to your outs for sure. Because like it's very possible that I'm blinders on Tinker, or
you were probably planning to Tinker kill me that entire game. So.
I was, yes. I kept Yawgmoth's Will in the back of my mind, but Tinker was definitely the thing that I assumed I was going to be winning with if I was going to be winning. So yeah, okay. Right. Good luck in your next game, man.
Well, can't keep this one. Have to keep this one, I think. And I think we just get rid of the Nethergoyf. We get to Malcolm turn 1. Hopefully turn 2 we can Sauron's Ransom. But the Nethergoyf will be good eventually, but I think it's worse than Murktide. Is it worse than Murktide? It's kind of crazy. I'm like considering binning off the Murktide. So huge. But the fact that this is 1 mana is so good. So like in an ideal world, we go Underground Sea, Moxjet, Malcolm. Turn 2, we Sauron's Ransom. Hit whatever, you know, some stuff. Hopefully a land. Then we have 4 mana. Yeah, we have enough. We're gonna have enough mana between Consult, Sauron's Ransom, and Malcolm that I think we're gonna get to Murktide, and we just gotta value the fast clock. And between Sauron's Ransom, Malcolm, and our Consult, it's very likely to cost 2 mana. Two Mox starts, which is what you want in this matchup. Obviously worse on a mulligan, but rest of our hand's very good, so. And I mean, last game we had Fatal Push in our hand, which is like functionally a mulligan if we never get to turn that card into something else anyways. Which we didn't, so. That's just the cost of playing removal spells in Highlander in 2025. And Fatal Push is so good, you can't ever not register it. Let's see if it's discard spell or cantrip. Uh-oh. Duress. If I was Trent, I would take Sauron's Ransom here. Not close, but we'll see what he determines. I didn't cast the Malcolm because this doesn't take Malcolm. Yep. He agrees. Well, puts a damper on the plans, but I think our plan is still generally good. And if need be, we can discard this Murktide. Barrowgoyf. Interesting. Alright, we're discarding the Murktide. Yeah, I want double blue. Alright, we're on the aggro plan. Looks like his draw was a little slower this time, which is nice for us. I don't think Goyf was playing, the other player I played against was playing Meticulous Archive in their deck. So that's a difference. I know Trent loves these Surveillance, I do too. Bind Drift. Might just be too slow, I guess. Sleight of Hand is not bad. I want to put Malcolm's ability on the stack first, because I ideally want to hit with Goyf and be able to discard a creature if I want to. Nice. I'll take Brazen Borrower. Ideal. I'll discard the Sleight of Hand because then I can just play this land and hold up kicked Star Charts or Petty Theft. We have a very fast clock this game, which is especially relevant against Citadel because it severely limits their ability to win the game, even if they're able to combo. That was the reason I discarded the Murktide region. It was just a turn too slow relative to the Barrowgoyf. Because we might have been able to get Murktide and play the turn after, but hitting for 4 on this turn is especially relevant. Yeah, he's playing Basic Island. LED. Solve the equation. Sack for white. Okay. So it looks like he's gonna balance. Which is not the worst for me, honestly. No cards in hand, balance. I guess I'm just supposed to try to find a force of will, right? This only... an opponent controls, yeah, so I can't get this into the adventure zone. I wonder if fetching and failing to find here is good. I actually think I'm gonna do that. Which is kind of a wonky play. So I'm gonna cast this, and if I find a force of will, that's great. Yeah, I guess I'll put Island into my hand. But then I'm gonna fetch and fail to find. Is getting Undercity Sewers better? Yeah, this has got to be better, actually. Right? I draw the first card. Yeah. That's got to be good. Do I have a 2-mana counter? No, I do not. So I think I'm just snapcastering Consult. But he doesn't know what I drew. I can unearth this Netherglyph as well. Maybe that's better. Well, I only have... I have 2 instants, 1 sorcery. So it's a 3/4. Okay. Creature, land. I think I'm gonna leave Sauron's Ransom over Consult. Is that terrible? Yeah, I think that is terrible. I just gotta keep the one that's castable. But I think we're in a pretty good position here. Like, he had to go super all in to cast that balance. Never lucky. Play this out because it gets us a look at an extra card. This does shrink our Goyf by 1, but overall ups our clock and getting more cards is good. Yeah, we'll cast the Snapcaster in response. the mana for kicker, sadly, but I'll take the actual factual impulse. Force of negation, good. One Shitong, good but unnecessary. Yeah, and I think there's almost no possible way we can lose. Yeah.
Start. What up?
Yo.
I kept a slower hand because I was like, I think I want to see if this will be okay, you know? And then you hit me with the mock start again, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah, into huge Barrowglyph was good. That Barrowglyph was a great draw, but
Yeah, the Barrowglyph was insanely good. But I think like
my hand just generally was good.
Malcolm and your deck is constructed in such a way where like I was saying this to the viewer, like every time I look at your hand, I'm like, well, that threat's good against me, or you know, like, and Malcolm is no exception. Like getting to get rid of your like uncastable Murktide there, that was like a really big deal. Like
I think
making
Murktide
sure you
was
hit your land drops.
gonna be good that game, but I just drew the Barrowglyph and I didn't want to get flooded on threats. But
Yeah, I was saying like maybe you keep the Murktide, maybe you don't, depending on what you draw, and then you discarded it, and I was like, well, I think that might be a bad omen for me because this Murktide was looking like it might be pretty good.
It was bad for you.
having to get balanced there, like I just like don't really know what else I could have got. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
I contemplated fetching and failing to find to put you to 2 lands, but I decided surveilling was better.
yeah, I think surveilling's better too. I hadn't considered that you could do that, but I like I think all things being equal,
your stuff costs 3, so like then it forces you to draw a land to even cast a bunch of your tutors, and if you draw like Tinker, you need to draw like a land, a Tinker, and an artifact.
Totally.
But
I think because you're so far ahead, like I'm at 10 life, I think surveilling's better. So I like your decision because like
I just needed to find another threat like ASAP.
Just finding another threat is like really important. Yeah.
But I did have the Netherglyph in the bin, which is why I kind of thought about it, because like even on 3 lands I can like
you still get the Netherglyph.
Netherglyph, and then
yeah, totally. I like was thinking about taking consult with the
I think Sauron's Ransom is better. I like
yeah, I agree.
I literally said I think Trent is supposed to take Ransom here, and then you did. So
love it. I love when you and I are on the same page in these like types of matchups where like
because like
we're trying to assess what matters.
that immediately turns it on, right? Like
yeah, that's true.
And I hit the lands to go on curve. Like I could have gone on curve like Malcolm, Sauron's Ransom,
Murktide into counterspell,
like full value or very close to full value.
If you and then I'm like really far behind.
Yeah. So.
All right. Good luck.
Good luck. All right. We definitely need to be more interactive this time on the draw. Ding 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 ding. We are, in fact, more interactive. Exactly what we want. Discard spell into counter spell into mana denial with threat. We'll find a way to get rid of this Bitter Triumph eventually. Ideally, we find a way to get a basic island in play, but we won't. We won't fret too much about that, if we're being honest. I keep. Discard spell from Trent would be really bad here. We really want him to go to start on cantrip or nothing, but cantrip much better than discard spell for us. Because if he gets to discard my Inquisition, that's not ideal. Nothing. Perfect. second main fetch. Playing around Stifle. Okay. 2 mana threat is good. I'm gonna start on Watergrave. There's a world we need to fetch for double blue, even though I don't want to, but... Vamp. Okay. Spooky. But at least we're gonna know what's up. Okay. So he has the turn 2. So I guess we have to take this Dark Ritual. Yeah, there's just like nothing else to it. Like he almost certainly vamped for Tinker. There's no other choice. And then we're just in hold up counterspell mode. The stuck is so good. Like he could have had 2 turn 2s in this set, which is crazy. I guess we don't know he necessarily wins, but he could have put Citadel into play on turn 2 twice. He's supposed to play Sphere here, I think, holding up Dress Down. That's fine. Basic Island, a really good one. We'll play that. I wonder if he just cycles the Dress Down. Yeah, not surprised. So we know his cards are the 2 artifacts in Tinker. We really want him to tap out for something at sorcery speed. So we can Windmill Slam this back to basics. Buy us a little bit of time. But he's tanking. We have to hope he misses on land drops. That would be good, because then as long as we keep hitting land drops, we'll be able to sneak a threat in play. And that's where we get our advantage. Okay. This might be the one. And bobble. Okay. I think this is the time to get this back to basics in play. I don't think it gets a ton better. Like, he has Tinker +1 here, almost guaranteed. That pretty much locks out the Chromatic Sphere, because it becomes a Lotus Petal, because he loses a land to do it. The bobble draws him a card, but he doesn't have a lot of basics. We know he has Island. We haven't seen Swamp. Like, this does put us dead to, like, land Mox Opal, but yeah, I don't really see it getting better. And we have 2 2-mana threats. plus a counter spell. So I think our plan is like back to basics. Then put this Sinkhole Surveyor in play like a snowballing threat. Then hold up counterspell till the cows come home. Hopefully he doesn't play a land. Like, my guess is because he played Hallowed Fountain tapped and was low on lands, he didn't have another land. Okay. So we don't get to put our threat in play because he's threatening to tinker next turn. But this back to basics for sure buys us time. Great draw. And there's no reason to get greedy and jam a threat there. Like, just put yourself dead to mana source. We're just going to be patient. And importantly, we tapped both the white sources too, which keeps them off of silence. Oof. Rough one. One card on top, so it's probably a land. Potentially a bounce spell. Land is the best card for us to draw too. Any land here, untapped land, and we get to put a threat in play. And it's very possible that Trent is holding an untapped land to try to bait me into tapping out. So we're just gonna pretty much ignore what he does. Flash threat is great. Malcolm's great here. Unlike Flash Hulk, this deck isn't winning at instant speed, so his end step is a pretty safe time for us. I love you back to basics. Been playing this card for so long. Yeah, get our Malcolm in play. Fairy Mastermind, another at least reasonable card. Would love to draw a blue source. Well, that's the worst card in the deck, pretty much. I wonder what he's thinking about on end step. Like, maybe he has Into the Floodmaw. Like, bounce spell to try to bounce our back to basics, but then he probably should have bounced it when we cast Malcolm, right? I guess that's on his end step. If he taps the land to try to bounce our back to basics, we're countering it 100% of the time. And I guess he can't really do it on his turn, because then I just untap and do it again, and he has another land tapped. Yeah, we're going to get another threat in play here. Stifle, another one that could be good. Especially punishing if he draws a fetch to try to get a basic. Reanimate. Do we want to reanimate the Riddler to try to draw a land? I think so. I think that's our plan. All right, let's see what's up. Fellwar Stone, Static Prison, Inquisition of Kozilek, Noxious Survival, Yawgmoth's Will, Tinker. Yep, that doesn't beat us. He's pretty well gotta do something next turn. Like if he chromatic spheres to, guess maybe he's considering static Noxious Revivaling his Bloodstained Mire on top. That's what he's been considering. If so, I just let it happen. Then I can stifle the land if I want to. And then we just have lethal. Noxious Revival for Dark Ritual. Interesting. Okay. Sure. So he's going to go for Dark Ritual. I'm going to counter the Dark Ritual. We know the 5 cards in his hand. Then he has to Static Prison our Quantum Riddler, which taps his last land. All right. Yeah, thanks everybody for watching. Definitely like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content, and we'll catch you next time. All right, everybody. Welcome in for the finals of the December MTGO Async. I even got my Merry Discmas ugly Christmas sweater going. We lost the die roll, as is tradition. And we're playing against Grixis Polymorph. I don't have a lot of experience against this deck, but it looks pretty much like an all-in combo deck. They're kind of hybrid, like Polymorph Reanimator. And I think it should be a pretty good matchup for us, because like our deck is built to beat combo, and in this specific matchup, a lot of our removal is live too. So I like that. We're on the draw. We don't have a lot of interaction. We have a couple good threats. Basically, like, this is why Gitaxian Probe should not go in every deck and is not free. Like, if this was a swamp or any black source, this hand is actively pretty good. But since it's not, I think we have to mulligan. Like, if we don't hit black, we just do nothing and lose. And even then, like, Bowmasters is pretty good in this matchup because they're looking to create some 1/1 tokens, and we can maybe snipe one of those off and force them to find another way to make a creature. Nethergoyf comes down early if we find black and gets to get in some damage. And Wan Shi Tong, they invested a bunch of their points into tutors, plus just have fetches and stuff, so they're likely to search a bunch, but it's just such high risk. And Dig Through Time isn't amazing. Drown in the Lock is fine, but yeah. Like, this hand is similar, It has less pressure, but back to basics has got to be amazing. I didn't look to see how many basics they're on. Not a lot. Looks like just 4, no mountains. Oh, never mind. They do have a mountain, just no snow-covered mountains, so 5. But I think we're going to keep this one. Like, Consider's just better at finding our second land than Gitaxian Probe. And I think we're binning stock up here. So we obviously really want to find our second land. Getting duressed. My guess is they're going to take back to basics, but yeah. Alright, well, such is life. Wan Shi Tong was a great draw, especially since they don't know about it. Would really like to find a blue-black duel here. But any second land we will happily take off this Consider. It's possible we should have just fired it off on our turn. We really don't want it to get countered. They're F6'd, it looks like. That's great for us because we're going to get a card off this Wan Shi Tong. They're going to fetch. Ooh, they're going to Consider first. Now they're going to fetch. We're going to play this Dum Bird and unmulligan ourselves and get a threat in play. Yeah, we will yield to all. Getting their red source and surveilling. We will always yield to this one. Nice, Stays was a great draw. So our opening hand was kind of so-so, but since then we've drawn quite well. Brain Surge, main phase. Yeah, I think this is worth a daze. We get to untap with Drown in the Lock, and it's a hard counter at this point. And they've kind of just been spinning their tires a bunch, so I want to slow them down a bit. We have a removal spell if we need it. We got a clock going now. And we kind of just want to chill. Like, ideally, they don't do a lot. We pass the turn a couple times back and forth. That's perfect. We get this Hull Breacher in play. Then we really have a clock going. Yeah, let's play this Underground Sea. And we're taxing their searches, so some of their best draws here are probably tutors, but they need to think twice about casting their tutors. And stuff like fetches, they're actively just incentivized not to use. So we have a decision here. We can Thought Scour and hold up Drown in the Lock, or try to get the Hull Breacher in play. I think I'm gonna Thought Scour and hold up the Drown still. That Mox actually wasn't the worst draw. I would have liked to draw on this Oculus, obviously, but this lets us Hull Breacher and keep up our Drown, so we'll put 2 more mana sources in play. I'm gonna hold this island probably until we absolutely need it, but I wonder if they're gonna fetch and get a surveil. Nope. Yeah, see, this Wan Shi Tong is actively hindering their plan, because in any normal circumstance they fetch there and get another surveil land. And they're just not able to under the Wan Shi Tong. Dance of the Dead. My Oculus. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm supposed to counter that. Oculus, pretty hard to beat. Yeah, a little awkward. They really don't want to bounce my Wan Shi Tong because then I get to recast it. Let's get our glitter clock really cooking now. They could have a removal spell here for something. Oh, they have Pyrokinesis, exiling Ral, down to 1 card. Alright, such is life. Kind of unfortunate, but... Remand could be good. I don't think I have a 4-drop that makes me want to play this land. And like we could easily find Ledger Shredder or Duelist of the Mind or something else, Brainstorm, that means we really want to keep this island in our hand. Looks like they're thinking end step. Maybe they have Mystical Tutor. That would be a bit awkward. Looks like it's Mystical for Reanimate to get my Oculus. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any reason to remand this. I think there is, because that means if we draw something like Opposition Agent, that's an interaction point that interacts with Mystical Tutor, but not Reanimate, which is what I suspect they might get. Dig through time. Okay. This is actually not too bad for us. I think I'm more scared of Reanimate my Oculus here, even with Fatal Push in hand. But we'll see what happens. They're definitely going to fire this off now. They're not going to let us untap. And so I have an option to cycle this Unearth if I want to try to counter it, but I don't think we actually have a 1-mana spell that counters it right now, so we'll go no response. And because of the amount of mana they have in play, it's kind of hard for them to polymorph us. They could find a reanimation line. Kaito, sure. -2, that's fine. And so I think I'm just going to Fatal Push this Dingus. And then we'll get to unearth our Oculus, and hopefully that does the job. Cast Abhorrent Oculus. Because we have 2 lands and Oculus kind of taxes us a bit more, helps more lands help us flip. We're almost hellbent, so yeah, I think we're in the business of I'd rather this Stifle be in my graveyard in case we need it. And their deck is actually kind of light on sort of big removal. And I think if we untap, we're just sending both creatures like Kaido. One of the ways they win is by having 1 interaction point. Their Kaido lives. They get to -2 in polymorph. So we're just going to play it safe here and make sure this Kaido gets off the board. Discarded excess Kaido. Profane Tutor. Okay, that's maybe a reason to... And they're Hellbent again. Okay, they're Hellbent, so they can't have anything. They have a Profane Tutor ticking down, which our Oculus currently races. So they can't have anything, right? 0 cards. That doesn't do anything. Profane Tutor. Yeah, so we get to split our attacks because they have no cards. Attack them, attack Kaido. Then we have lethal attacks next turn before their Profane Tutor comes off. So we just need to fade this draw step, and then we have game 1. Yeah, I would rather have Treasure Cruise in the graveyard currently. Profane Tutor's at 1. They need a good one. And it needs to not cost 1 mana. Okay, good. Able to pick up game 1 on the draw with a mulligan, so that's a good start. Yeah, let's go for game 2. I really like the Cosmic Grand Zenith avatar. That's a cool one. I think this one's good enough. Like, Duress and Opposition Agents are like absolute all-stars in this matchup. So we're gonna keep the hand on the back of these 2 cards. Nice filtration, and like this deck uses its graveyard pretty well, so having both of these in hand is nice. It can enable like a quick Oculus or something. And Snuff Out is just something nice to have, especially a free removal spell. Seems pretty good in this matchup, and I don't think they're making that many black tokens. But this does not kill any of their big cards, basically, which is a pretty large downside. Okay, they played Odawara immediately. So that tells me their mana situation probably wasn't the best in their initial 7 cards. There's a pretty good chance that Sleight of Hand helps fix that, but... I think I'm gonna play Island... no, I think Undercity Sewers first is better. And I don't want another cantrip. So the reason I played Undercity Sewers first is like, yeah, playing one of these is kind of nice, but I really want to play Duress, and I really want to have Opposition Agent on turn 3. And so if I play Island, then the only way I can Duress is by playing Ghoul-Lake Verge, and then if I don't find a land, I can't play my Oppo on 3, which is not great. Alright, I'm getting IOK'd, my Opposition Agent's going away, but... At least I have to imagine it's Opposition Agent. If they take Duress, that's a little spooky, but... Yeah, it looked like they almost decided not to IOK, and that would not have worked out especially well for them. So we are definitely gonna fire off the Duress. They could have Spell Pierced it, which is kind of interesting. I kind of want to take this Occult Epiphany. They have 2 lands. Yeah, like I don't really care if they get a Opposition Agent. Lightning Bolt isn't great against Fire Nation Occupation. It's either Occult Epiphany or Spell Pierce. Like, maybe it's Spell Pierce and I just don't care about the Occult Epiphany, because like I'm not going to be able to stop them having creatures through the Mirax anyways. So taking this doesn't do a lot. It helps filter their hand, which is a little bit clunky, Yeah, I'm just going to take the Spell Pierce here. Because we need to get our threat in play. Like, one of the ways I play combo is, or against combo, is you need to understand your goals and have priorities. And it's obviously contextual, so that's nice. We knew they drew this one. So they're probably, yeah, I don't know what their plan is. I might have fired off this Necromancy and tried to greed the Occult Epiphany a bit, but maybe they're just going to fire it off for 2. They have a bunch of top deck tutors, so holding this Thought Scarer has a little bit more value than it otherwise might. I see the Froggy. Yeah, they're kind of spinning their wheels, so I'm just gonna jam this Froggy. Sorry, Fire Nation Occupation, you're probably getting discarded now. But we'll see what happens. Like, they definitely can't bolt it. I'll happily bin 2 cards to save my frog and grow it. I imagine they're just getting a Surveil land here, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Once again, I don't have a lot of experience like interacting with this deck at all, so, and they've done very well, so they probably have a pretty good understanding of what needs to get done. So it looks like they're just firing off Occult Epiphany. Probably discarding Bolt and Necromancy would be my guess. Guess we added a Murktide Regent to our bin, but it's not a very exciting reanimation target. Okay, Xander's Lounge and Lightning Bolt. They discarded. So they have Necromancy Mirax +1. And what's nice is if they go for a Transmute here, Snuff Out has it covered. My guess is they're just going to use these to chump the frog. But I'm going to keep all my things as much as I can. This might be a good turn to get Fire Nation Occupation in play, and then we can potentially Snuff Out and Thought Scour. Yep, combat damage is fine. Like, going down Counterspell is risky, but my read is they just don't have it right now. Like, they have Necromancy, but there's no good thing to reanimate. They only have 4 creatures in their deck, so if they draw exactly Entomb, that's bad for me. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna try to get some more pressure in play. Fetching end step makes sense. Surveilling. These things can't block, right? Yeah, okay, that's nice. So we should be able to start clocking them pretty quick here. And if we get to their end step and this is their only creature, I think I'm just gonna snuff it. Get our extra 2/2. And that probably gets us a card as well off the Froggy. Interesting, they put Polymorph in the bin. So that tells me they probably have another one. Or they also just know about Snuff Out. So, because they Inquisitioned us early on We had it in our opener. That's what I was saying earlier when I thought this was a really good matchup, because like we're pretty well tooled against combo already, and our removal spells that are often dead against combo. And we got it. Yeah, they just didn't want to deal with Fire Nation Occupation plus Frog plus everything else. All right. Took down the December MTGO Async with Dimir Tempo. Had a couple of new cards. Both Fire Nation Occupation and Wan Shi Tong seem pretty good to me. I was happy with them. Any cards I've been not super impressed by. Sinkhole Surveyor's been kind of whatever. It's really good on exactly turn 2, I think, but any other point in the game it's not that good. I really value all 3 of the looting threat 2-drop threats I have: Duelist of the Mind, Ledger Shredder, and Malcolm. I can't see myself, I guess I won't say ever cutting them, but cutting them anytime soon. The looting is so nice, and yeah, they're all just like pretty reasonable evasive threats otherwise. Pretty happy with the interaction suite. Yeah, well, went well. Hope you enjoyed the games, and if you are enjoying our content, please consider liking, subscribing, and commenting down below. We always at least read all the comments. We often interact with them as well, but we certainly read them all. All right. Thanks for the games, and we'll catch you in the next video.